Welcome, welcome. We can get started a few minutes early. Maybe I should get more coffee. I should be alright. So, I guess Face Punch came out and flat out said, as of the 1st, that's it for Rust. So I don't know, I'm gonna do something else with the channel. Obviously, all the techniques that you see here can be done with Rust skins, but I don't see the point in continuing with Rust skins if they're going to be flipping to a completely different engine. And they're flipping to a completely different engine for the sole purpose that Face Punch screwed everybody. They didn't just screw the players of Rust, they screwed numerous game companies and the games that we love. I don't know what the percentage is of Unity games, but holy crap. So, I've been learning the Unreal Engine. And I figure, what the hell, I'll make a quick model, we'll texture it, we'll throw it in there, and then that way you can start making your own stuff. Because if you are going to start making your own stuff and branching out, stay away from Unity. That company's proved its poison. But, yeah. Let's get started. So, I'm using Unity 3.6 through Blender because I hate my computer and I love to burn out my CPU. I only say that because if you hit Control Shift Escape, 10, 6.8, Steam doesn't use a whole heck of a lot, but after you start playing a couple games, come back to this. Watch how many runtime brokers you get open. It's crazy. I just do this because it auto updates. So I'm working on something. There's a couple different ways that we can do models. We are going to build one ourselves, but if you're doing huge open worlds, Google just announced, I think they locked in their API to the Unreal Engine, which is insane. But if you want to skirt around that and make your own models, let's see here. Render doc and alright, so our process ID is 1352. We are going to jump back into this and we're going to inject process 1352. Google. Inject. Alright, now that we got that injection going. Good. Let's pull up Google Maps. Say we want to do a big city. I know Springfield's got some stuff. I want to go for LA. Not current LA. Why? Go to terrain. Alright, so what we got here, it's got to do the loadings. Make sure we have it on terrain. No, I'm sorry, satellite. Give it a minute to load here. Can't see. Santa Monica's good too. That definitely overloaded the CPU. Let's try this right here. Shut off terrain. We'll just zoom right in. Come on. There we go. So let's get an area that already has some preloaded geometry. Exit this out. We'll hit F11 to get a bigger capture space. Damn, trees are everywhere. Now the problem with the trees is if you zoom in, this is all taken off satellite images and then tried to be rendered, which all that does is it gets some pretty interesting geometry in here. There's a Walgreens. We can cut the cars out of there. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. That's funny. All the giant corporate buildings seem to have pretty good rendering on them, actually. You know you want to render. Come on. Render. Alright. So we gotta zoom up over here. Why is this staying blurred out? Unbelievable. Alright, well. There we go. Because we're only going to go for probably these 3 buildings right here. Oh, no. Alright. Let's capture our frame. And then Alt-Tab back. 15. Capture another one. 15. Capture frames immediately. Alright, let's try F12. F12 again. 58, that's good. 15, 15, 15. There's no way that's 15 meg. Let's delete all this. Hold shift. Alright, so we're gonna save this. City scan, and we're gonna call this LA building. AX. Import our RDC. And we're gonna load this up. Give it a minute here. No, this is pulling GPU power, so let's exit out of this. And we don't need this per se anymore. Probably should have done another one. Yeah, that's not pulling right. Oh, there we go. Holy God. Oh man, yeah, no, that's not. Oh, good. Jeez, Louise. All right, yeah, we're gonna scale this 10 times. Actually, then we're gonna scale that 10 more times. That looks about right. Oh, for ha-has, let's see how many polygons we're working with. Yeah, I can see why that took a little while to load up. Captured the materials with it. Mm-hmm. Well, as my grandmother would say, oh, that's nice. Let's go to about there. We're gonna hit X and delete all those. And delete these properties so we get nothing but these. Not bad. Let's hit A, tab, all, and we're gonna clean up this geometry. Mesh, clean up. Yeah. Yeah, we can limit the design. Yeah, let's limit it to dissolve that. Down on our geom. Well, yeah, not bad. We cut out a pretty good amount there. Ooh, the Marriott didn't make it. Sorry, man. So for this, what we gotta do is let's delete right here first. We're gonna click on this and delete that as well. Yep. Yeah, we definitely gotta delete all these edges. That wouldn't be a bad building piece if we could just... God, the triangles. You want quads when you're working with game engines. So I'm trying to think of a good way to do this. Could have probably zoomed in a little bit more. Notice that the rendering is not what it could be. But if you're far away, let's throw it into a rendered view. Hit tab. Now this, when we click on this part, these are part of the buildings right here. We want to keep those trees, but we want to get rid of the buildings. So we're going to hit tab, W, Alt, and Z so we can see through the entire thing. And we're just going to scrape all this off. I had an injury last week. 2 weeks ago. Holy crap. Freaking, so I was gaming, but with the controller. Couldn't even put my arm out. It was bad. I'm getting old, man. Alright, so we got that. Delete these vertices. This is some extra. Let's get rid of that. And as for this right here, we can probably take these. And let's hit Control J to join them. Now when we hit tab, we have one rendered unit, or one unit rendering. I don't know if we we definitely don't need these. Let's add spotlights wherever they may be. Oh, okay. G on the Z, G on the X, G on the Z, rotate R on the Y, and then rotate on the X. Alright, rotate. My bad. Rotate. We should be able to put it right there. And let's add extra wattage. Now, an interesting thing here is if you hit tab and then jump into UV editing, you can see where, and this is just this part right here. You click on this, hit tab, each one of these, let's just say it's not very friendly for gaming. However, now we hit tab on this. It is a mishmash of God knows what. Alright, so let's hit this, Shift and D. Rotate on the Z. Change this one to, I don't know, like a greenish color. Let's add some point lights. We'll come down to about here, G on the Y. And I'm gonna do Shift and D. There we go, Shift and D on the X. I might want to change a couple of the, let's do this again. Probably be better to go into our layout, huh? So that's 10 watts. We could probably get down a little bit lower. What is that? 500 milliwatts? Okay, so this definitely is not a scale model. Well, we wouldn't want it to be a scale model. $500 milliwatts. So now that we have both of those, we're gonna Shift and D on the X and G on the Y. And now we're gonna hit, well, if this is the last one, so we would want Shift and D on the Y, X, I'm sorry, and go down here. So we will choose the hard to get ones. There's one. Holding Shift, that's two. What's up, Indiana? How are you, man? But now that we got these three here, we're gonna hit Shift and D on the X, and we're gonna bring those right up to continuously make. And then one more time, Shift and D on the X, go over here, G on the X, These are the street lights. We would probably have to make our own street lights, but and the other one got stuck there. G on the X. Okay. And then what we can do here, we got one here, one there. I'm gonna do Shift and D on the Y, and we're gonna go down this way, G on the X. Alright, so now that we zoomed out of here, usually there's lights and stuff on this side too. Let's get... Definitely want to get a few of these lit up. D on the Z, G on the X, G on the Y, G on X, G, Z. Alright, and then we can just Shift and D. And then we'll just highlight these. Shift and D on the Y. I don't know, what do you think? Like in the middle? Or should they be like 1, 2, 3? Eh. Yeah, we'll go Shift and D on the Y and we'll just bring it over here. And then we'll rotate on the Z. G on the Y. And then if I hit Y again, I'll go in the way that I rotated it. And we can actually take these. G on the Y. Alright, I'm gonna hit Shift and A and add a camera because we deleted everything. And if I hit 0, Shift and tilde, I can bring this into frame and hit F12. It looks kind of hokey for a background, but... And we gotta get rid of AIG. I don't think they would appreciate it too much. Well, you know what? I'll give them a free shout out. They can be the evil corporation that... Yeah, they're nice. So let's throw under ambient occlusion, bloom, screen splash reflections. And just alone, that doesn't really do much. Let's try bake some lighting. We try baking a few things. We can add some mist to it. We're not done even lighting it up yet. I mean, I don't really... What do street poles even look like? Alright, we're gonna save this. God, I have so much stuff and this is just one folder. That's my made textures. Oh, gosh. I don't know. I don't want to do AIG. City part. So anyways, that's not part of the stream tonight. That was just me messing around. So now let's open... Let's see the pathetic excuse for a street light that I had made last time. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Look at that. Let's see this rendered. Oh yeah. So I was like, all right, I don't really, and I started looking at street lights around the northeast, and I'm like, okay, that's definitely not what I'm going for. Let's add New England street lights. New street lights. Yeah, why not? Let's check out the new street lights. Solar panel cells. Okay, so we got to make solar panel cells. Polycrystalline, monocrystalline. You definitely want to go with the polycrystalline. Yeah, futuristic cities would have. Alright, so solar powered streetlights. Are these actually a thing? Polycrystalline. That's pretty simple to do. We will just take this and I mean we could colorize it. Let's use a gradient map though, because we're working with black and white, so we can just use that for two different shades of blue. Polycrystalline. Come on, Google, give me some images. I mean, up close. I mean, again, you can kind of see. I remember growing up, they were like, they had chunks. It almost looked like chunks of blue going all around the side. So when you're trying to make these things, I mean, it doesn't have to. So we got to make a grid here, blue, and it looks like that these are street lights. These are the new street lights? There's no way people are using these. Are they really that bright? Alright. Oh. Let's go back here. Let's change this to a dark blue. And then we'll change this one to an even darker blue. And we'll just bring up the scale so it looks like there's more of them. So we have our polycrystalline, except those have to be encased. let's try polycrystal solar powered. Yeah, I think it's the polycrystalline ones that are the newer ones. Yeah, right here. That's what I thought. Oh, they look like they're more stretched out. What? Huh. Oh, that's the underneath without the... I see. Yeah. That's definitely... But they're more shardy, I guess, is the best way to put it. So, let's go back to another solid cell then. And we're gonna have to mix those two. And we'll mix those with... Probably some fractal noise. Or maybe fractal value sum, because it has the lines. And then we can rotate it so that it goes direct 9. No. Let's just... Okay. And we'll pull out a couple different... We'll try a couple different things. We'll try a directional warp. We will try regular warp. Could do line cells and then stack them as well. Let's see what this one and this do. There we go. So now we kind of have the cutouts. And let's change the metalness. Alright, so this is the main one that goes right into here. And that kind of gives it a 3D look, because this, we take out the actual color and we change the backdrop. We can see the different types of reflectiveness. So these two are actually working pretty much, it's 50%. So it's gone half off. Now if we were to take this one and this one and plug it into here, notice how they kind of match up on top of each other, but they're still a little bit different. That's because of the direction that it's going in. Now we can change the angles so that they kind of lap over on top of each other, and we get more of right here, the spackle. But let's add in fractal noise. We'll bring up the Y scale. The X scale is actually, we'll bring up... Yeah, why not? Blend. We'll have this right here. Color B. We'll go back up to fractal noise, because we'll use the same things. And then we'll go down the line and kind of explain what's going on here. Now I could Control V and Control C this. However, this one will be Y scale. Sorry, X scale. So now you have lines going this way, that way. We can also rotate them too by changing them into 2D. So now what we can do here is we can rotate. and then zoom. This down here is going to be a little sketchy. So zoom, we just scale it in. And then the blend we can change to switch. And then we can take a directional warp. Or even a warp. Scratch. And these are pretty much exactly the same, so if we blend these two now, I don't know if we should do an addition. Kind of lightens it up and gives it a... So that's our base undercoat. So we'll call this the polycrystalline. For now, we can always mess around with this later. So I'm going to take this over here, and we are going to frame it. No, it's selected. Just the frame. I bring that up, and then bring this over, and I'm going to bring this over, and bring this down underneath frame. Poly crystal. All right. Now we got our polycrystalline. Let's kind of got our polycrystalline. I don't know. It's that roughness. I'm really interested to see how I can... Oh, it's like it's tape. See the tape? We need to make cells within cells and cells within rows. A couple ways we can do that. This is the poly. You know what? Let's click on this. Save image as. Print screen. Paint. Control V. Select. Crop. Control A. Control C. File. Save as. Agma materials, import, no, yeah, let's keep everything within Agma. New, folder, research, and then polycrystal, PNG. And then if we need to add an image, load, Agma materials instead of materials, research, polycrystal. Alright, let's try blending these two together actually instead of warping them. Doesn't hurt to try. No. No. Ah, Absolutely not. Maybe. It's literally what this one was. Yeah. Even if we bring down the opacity, we're gonna stick with... Oh, of course. So this warp goes here, because that blend goes there. There we go. Let's get that out of here. Let's throw this into our metalness now. And then down here, nope. We'll have to tweak with that a little bit. But at least we're getting somewhere with the solar panels, which is going to be... It's going to be a little tough. I hate these crisscross ones. They're no fun. So these two mixed together as a multiplier equal our gradient map. Instead of a multiplier, which... No, multiplier works better. Let's go with that. Alright. So now that we have this... Good normal map. Definitely not it. This would be more of the normal. But much, much lightened up. Yeah, we definitely gotta lighten that up. That's our metalness. We want it underneath our height. There we go. Again, we will pop out that. So we want just... Alright. That's right, we brought this over here. Not bad. It's something. We can always tweak with it later. You want to get the basis of this down, and I'm going to have mine have rounded corners just because I want mine to have rounded corners. So let's grab a polygon and a circle, and we're going to mix those two together. And the polygon's going to have 4 sides to make it a square. And we're going to actually put this one, this will be our main one. We're going to bring up the radius. And this will be multiplied by that. Not bad. Pretty easy. So we want to stretch that out, move it around, do a couple things to it. We got to transform it into a 2D image, kind of turn it into a PNG so we can do things with it. So anything before this point, we can mess around and make it into the image. I am going to scale on the Y. No. I'm going to scale on the X. Yeah, maybe we'll do the Y too. And we need lines going across. We'll need tiles. Which there's no offset. Now we just need some lines going through each one, but faint. Real faint. So we can do it to this one and then it'll repeat on all these. Let's do that. Well, we can do it by a couple different ways. We can do a checkerboard. I think there was one just for lines and stripes. Let's grab these and we're gonna transform either one into a 2D image as well. So we can make the columns go blah and the rows go blah. And it looks like it's actually let's bring up the radius a little bit more. And we're gonna blend this with that. And then blend there we go. Okay, so we want these to be a completely different color. We'll add a grayscale to it using a map range. And that should bring the height up a little bit. Not for the ones because I didn't add it. There we go. There we go. That works. So this part, right? that should be blended with this if we're doing the color. So we're gonna have to do one more blend. We could probably mask them right on top of each other actually, but let's try a blend. B, that's A. And then we can change the black to the white. Let's invert this. Oh, because blue and, yeah, makes yellow. Okay. Let's blend this one now. Because the whole point is to get these solar panel cells on track. Bingo. Alright. And with this, actually, I think we might be able to do our roughness and start to see. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna need a tile for this one too. And this is what, one? Crap. Control C, Control V. The problem using this is if we don't click on this one after we copy it, whatever changes we make to this will start changing to that one. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes not so much. Alright, so now we have some solar panels there. Not really. We're going for, but we got it. We got this. We're gonna have to invert some of these. Because I want the other parts to be shiny in the... Yeah, let's flip that a little bit. So we can do that by inverting them. Now roughness is how smooth something is. If it's completely white, it's super, like, rough. This is, the black is the smooth. Alright, so we got a couple of these. We're gonna have to work back here a little bit. Yeah. Black is the absolute lowest, white is the absolute highest. We plug that into our height map, we're going to have some problems. We plug it in the opposite way, we're going to have some problems. Either way, we need to drop our height map. And best way to do that I found, again, is a map range connection. That way we can go right to our map range and bring down the maximum. way too rough. Let's tame that normal map. Let's tame the normal map with just a black and white. Which also needs another tile. Ugh. Couldn't we just use... Yeah, we could, but we're not gonna. Alright, there we go. Alright, so these three are our last tiles going out. This is on 4, 2x. Let's do 1x. These still need to get stretched out or go up. Maybe rotate them. There we go. Bring those up. Okay, so as for the black, which would be the sides of this, which would be this, we're gonna have to mask a couple things. Because these need to be white. Ooh. We'll do 2 colors, white and... Oh no, that's what we have already. It's minimum. Yeah. We're just gonna do minimum. I'm sorry. There can probably be a few less of these, actually. So I'm gonna go back here, and as you can see on the fly, these are changing. Yeah, it don't look bad. Alright, so we definitely want that backdrop to be, I don't know, like a dirty white, maybe? It's got some swirls in there too. We can mess around with that after. Alright, let's get these. I'm gonna leave this up for a moment so you could probably catch up. So I mean, I guess they're kind of like solar cells. Oh, I know what we can do. We can mix the 2 normals together. Genius. Alright, I'll be right back. Gonna go get some more coffee. But we got our polycrystal and we got our frame. Which, would you look at that? It's already named for us. We have named the frame. Alright, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Um, yeah, this don't feel right. We still need to do more on this, which, I don't think we're going to use the checkerboard. I think we're just going to use a polygon, and we're going to transform it into 2D. And, yeah, we're just going to have to tile this. So we got this. Actually, let's get a couple more transform 2Ds. Just for ha-has. Yeah. So this one can go small. It's up and down, right? Right here? Yeah, up and down. Or is it left and right? It doesn't matter because we can always flip it. What am I doing? Choose one and go with it. All right. All right, 1.08. What's this? Radius 0.9. Yeah. Does it cut the corners? No. No, it does not. All right. So I'm going to delete this one. Throw another 2D in here. And we are going to blend these two together. A and B. But with this one, we're going to subtract it. And with this one, we're going to scale this down. Oh, and it goes across two of them. Oh. Okay. Alright. We'll worry about that after. Actually, I think I could do that with this one. Unplug this into that. We're gonna have to pull these back. So what we're doing here is this one's just slightly smaller than this one. So if we take this out of this, we'll get a thin layer. And that's the thin layer that we're showing here. Now, we want to take this thin layer and we want to go about here. We'll bring it down a little bit more. There we go. And these got to go across here. Oh, a headache. All right. Great. I mean, they still kind of do look a little bit more believable. add. There we go. All right. Oh. But that's not gonna matter. Okay. All right, we're gonna need an invert. There we go. Now we got these kind of looking like cells. I mean, we could stretch them out too, the whole thing, but then we're just adding in more and more. All right. Let's rearrange these a little bit so we know what we're working with here. I'm gonna move this one up to here, over there. Might take a little rearranging for a little bit. But you'll thank yourself after. Right. Mm-hmm. Squeeze this down here. There we go. So we got our frame. Alright, so these belong here. This belongs here. Bring these down. These two can go over to here. Our normal map belongs here. Bring down our invert and our map range. That way it's a little bit easier to follow. You'll be thanking me after. Alright, so before, this is up here, Untitled Project. Before we go into crazy mode and start messing around with it, this is not research, it is made. Import, no, Agma materials. Materials made. These are all the textures that I've made thus far. Solar panels 1. Now we're at 1024. It might change it a little bit, but let's see what we're working with 2048. Nothing, just better resolution. Alright. We're gonna have to tile one more outline. All these are like that. Let's... What do we got hanging around here? I'm gonna put the frame up here so we know what we are working with. That is going to go up here. And I'm gonna add this to this. These two together. So this is going to be added to this. We're just going to bring these down a little bit more so that these are easier to follow. It would be nice if they had color coding. There we go. Alright, you know what? No, we don't want that. That we want white. Okay, so color B is the black color. Okay, what is this, 45? We'll do an exact 45. You want to stick with 90, 45, or 45, 90, 180, or whatever the hell's in between 45 and 70 something, 72.5, 75, ow. Alright, so this is our color. Anything that's going to be in color, we should probably drop down to color. Because we're making various modules so we can just plug into each other. This is our frame. And that's good right there, because this is where we're getting a little questionable. I'd hate to send it way down there, but it's going. Do subtract. Maybe blur that a little bit. Blurring is not bad. And we grabbed that from 45, I believe. We grabbed it from up here. Let's blur it a little bit more. And then we can move these over to here. This one. Onto that one. That's gonna make a yellow. Max. Still not gonna cut it out. Overlay it? Yeah, that's not gonna work either. Alright, just for ha-has, let's put these up right next to each other and see how this one looks. Because you never know until you try. Color B. Yeah, that don't look right either. Alright, let's switch it back to the beginning. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, our blend mode is in. Alright, we're coming back to square one here. This mixed with this. There we go. Plug that into there. Alright, alright. So we maxed that out so that these can only be seen on the edges, because down here it's gonna say, okay, this color right here is white, so anything in the white will be there, and this color right here is gonna be black and also overlaid into the white for a maximum. So it'll only be taken out of this section right here is what you're mining to get out of. We throw it into here, tile this. Why do we have this mixed with this? Oh, that's going up to this one when it should be going down to that one. There we go. So now we can kind of see the spackles, which we still need to make them more metallic, which we can do. Okay. Let's try inverting it, just to see how it looks. Again, let's change around some shading. Holy gosh, no. what if we throw the albedo in there? Alright, again, that doesn't cover... There we go. And voila. So now we have these, but they look like they protrude instead of extrude. So that's just a normal thing. We can actually change that with, instead of -5, we can just do 0.5. And that'll flip it right over for us. So we have our roughness, which has been inverted. Now normally I use gradient maps to mess with so we'll do the gray. I got this normal map here. Let's add another normal map. So we have this one and this one. Okay. I'm gonna need this for the outline. Oh, okay. Yeah, why not? All right, that worked. I'm surprised. We'll plug that into the normal. So this will fit nicely into this. So let's mix our normals now. I believe it's combined normals. Yeah, combined normals. So this will be our base, and this will be our detail. And together, not bad. All right. We got this one and this one together. So we're gonna use another blend. Oh. Click once. And let's blend these two together. I kind of want this. Oh, wait a minute. Go back to the opacity of this. There we go. Let's see what this would look like. Let's see where the roughness came from, the invert. What would that look like? A little bit better. Now, here's the problem that we can run into. We're using this, right? But if we make changes to this, this goes here. There's nothing going to this one. That could probably... Well, I don't know if we're going to use it for something, so we should probably hold on to it. In fact, I know we should hold on to it. That could be our metalness. Yeah, that's totally our metalness. We're gonna mix this. With that. That'll go into the top. So that needs to be calmed down. And we will calm that down with another map range. And this map range is going up instead of down. I'm happy with it. Doesn't look too bad. We can always do better later. We got quite the amount of hoopla. Alright, we're not using the stripes. We'll get rid of those. I don't know. This is all our outputs. Our metalness, normal, roughness, height. Hit Control S to save it. This is solar panels 1. Alright, this warp isn't being used by anything. I'm gonna drag this down here just so I have everything in areas where I know. Alright, this one isn't being used. This one isn't being used. This one's not being used. In fact, I don't know why that one's not being used. Goodness gracious. It's literally the same thing. Alright. We'll delete that. This is being used right here. Beginning. Pull these back. Get these up. Alright, so now that we have... Not bad. That's the top of the solar panel. File. Save. Alright. Solar panels 1. We can now export out of this and jump back into Blender. Yeah! That ain't happening. File, new, general. We're gonna hit A, X, delete, Shift and A. And we'll add a new cube. Alright, I'm gonna hit tab. And Huh. New city. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. No. Yeah, those are the ones that I'm talking about. The bright one. No, not the ball ones. These things. These creepy, futuristic, solar paneled spyware thing. Look at this crap. You know there's cameras on that. Bitch, all those little bolts are cameras, but I like how that looks. So we're definitely going to use that, and that'll have a solar panel on top. So a circle going up with a line going out. No. I think that's the most futuristic one that we've got. Maybe futuristic streetlights? Look at that. Unreal Engine already has a bunch. Which means if you go to use it, you know you're going to see it. That looks doable. That is so doable. Give me pictures. Then we can press Control and zoom in. Alright, a pole goes up in the air. Yeah, we got that. Let's shut some of these down. Alright, so I'm going to hit W, hit Alt and Z, and then 2. And then holding Shift, I'm going to hit those and Control and B. Now we're going to do 0.5 so it goes halfway. And holding Control, or I'm sorry, letting go and just going across. Control B again, and we're going to do 45. No, we are going to do, what's happened, 15? 15's 30, 17, 17 is, yeah. .1, so we'll do 0.5, we'll do 0.4, 0.3, 5. Alright, A, S, Shift and Z. These are a little bit longer than these edges. So I'm going to scale on the X. .8, scale on the Y, 0.8. Scale on the Y, 0.8. Scale on the X, 0.8. Scale on the X, 0.9. Yeah, scale on the Y, 0.9. And that'll hopefully get it down a little bit. I'm gonna hit G, Z, Shift and Tab, G, Z. Gotta lock that in there. Did they give us... No. Okay. Okay, and we can subdivide these surfaces, or we can keep beveling them. I'm gonna subdivide it, just to see what it looks like. We're gonna keep it simple. And if we jump into wireframe, yeah, we're gonna stay away from that. Let's stay away from subdivision surfaces at the moment. So there's a round circle here. That's cool. I'm gonna hit tab 3, Alt and Z, and then I to inset it. Hit that, and then E to extrude. And G on the Z. Now another thing that we can do here is I kept it square, and while we have it, let's start we're gonna go around. So we have two lines right here, and we're gonna hit Control and E, and we're gonna mark that seam. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take this right here, and this right here, Control E, clear seam, Control E, we're gonna mark this seam. So it's gonna get cut off here, and then it's gonna wrap around. So if it's a piece of paper, pretend we're folding it here, 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 and this is cut all the way around. This isn't cut, so this is gonna fold up and out, and this is gonna fold up and out. So if we hit A, U, unwrap, and go into our UV editing, that's all unwrapped. This one's a little bit smaller because, again, there's no cutoff point. So let's hit this. I'm going to hold Control and Shift, go around the other side. Control E, mark seam, A, U, unwrap. Now it should be completely disconnected from the other part. Which, here's our other part. It doesn't know what to do right now. Yet over here, that is an interesting looking shape. Okay. Sorry in advance, YouTube. We can keep the seams on the same side, which is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go up here, and I'm gonna click on this and Control E, mark seam. Hit Alt Z so you can see through it. Let's hit A, U, unwrap, and now we have that going up here. This is so that when we texture it, it knows what the heck to texture. So this pole is separate from here, and we can either use one or two different textures depending on where we place this. I'm gonna use one texture. That should be enough, but if need, well, no, one texture for the pole and for this, as they are connected, kind of. Let's hit this unsync or sync button right here. And we'll hit 3, W. And this is hollow. Alright, so if we hit G, we can now take this out and move it anywhere we want. And then we can scale it up so that more of the texture covers it. We can get it a little bit more detailed, but again, we can move some of this stuff around after. The main part is that it's not a huge mess, because when we lay our texture out, it should be good to go. Alright, let's center it holding Shift and C. I'm going to hit Alt Z and Tab. Now, because we did all this, what we can do, we can hit Control B and kind of cut off right into the middle to make it a little bit more circular. Problem with that, we had already made our inset cuts. So we can try something here. We can hit A, X, limited to dissolve. And that'll kind of cover it up a little bit. It's just, we got to go back around and mark the seams. And it's good to keep up with it. Here, let's hit Alt Z, holding Control. Control E, mark seam. And I think this was the one, Control E, clear seam. And then same thing with this, Control E, clear this seam. Because we only want it to go down to here. Let's spin around, make sure there's nothing missing at the bottom. Alright. Control E, mark seam. Oh. And let's clear this one. And we got it back down in the same place again. However, this time, what's up? Hold on a second. Oh, I'm good, thank you. Oh, I'll just leave it over. Thank you, sweetie. Alright. I'm excited. Love you too, sweetie. Kiddo and I made some apple pie. Oh man, it smells good. It's the season, right? I wanted to do cider and then I looked at how many apples you need. I'm like, yeah, no. I mean, we didn't go picking or anything. I'm unfortunately old and jacked up at this point. Alright, so we got this. Let's take another look. Solar panel sits right on top of that. So we're gonna do this. Hold Control E to extrude. I'm gonna hit Control R to subdivide this surface. And then we can extrude. And hit 3 here, Control. ES to scale out, and Shift and Z. And then what we can do is we can hit G on the Z. This is part of it too now. G on the Z. Rotate on the X. We'll do 45. And I'm going to do Control R around here. I'm going to scale it on the Shift and Z. Because it did go down a little bit. If we wanted to do this the right way, we would count how much we scaled it up, and then we would have, with this cut, scaled it back down to that. Actually, yeah, that's probably a good idea, huh? And then G on the Y. Whoa! Shift and Tab, G, Y. There we go. I'm going to bring this up, and I'm going to scale this in as well. And then G. Holding Shift, choosing all the vertices except for... What the heck is going on here? Oh, alright. I think we can hit X, and we are going to dissolve these edges. Alright, we're just going to flat out delete the edges. Or we'll do the vertices. And then I can hit 1. Hit Alt Z. I'm going to hit W a few times until we come up to here. This one connects to this one. And then these connect to here. These connect to here. Oh, just 2 at a time. Because it's taking this, it's saying, okay, I want to make a polygon or a quad. And that's exactly what it's doing. So we're going to hit this and Control Shift, Alt Z. Oh, it was this one being tricky. All right. Now I can always hit Control R on this one, bring this up, and that's where the rest of this will stop. So I can go ahead, you know what, let's stick with this solar panel for right now, because again, I don't like the square look. I really don't. It's bothering the heck out of me here. And we got our cells, but the black should be easy to make. We can do that right in the blender. I don't even think I'm going to use black. I want it more of a, I don't know, what color do you think it should be? It should be like a shiny metal, right? And now we got to make this. Alright, so it's facing off to the left or the right. So that means the light would be coming out from right about... Hey, wouldn't you know it? We just made... Here, let's AA, hit tab, get out of this, go back into our layout. Hit tab. Right about there. That looks... Eh. That, as much as I hate to say it, looks about right here. Alright. Well, it's only one side, so I'm going to hit 3 to go on faces. And this comes out just a little bit. Right? And then we have... I don't know if we need to get that detailed with it. I'm going to I to inset this. Hit I again. No, once. And then I'm going to scale on the Z. And while I have these highlighted, I'm going to hit Control E and clear the seam. Oh, I'm going to hit 2 for line mode. Control E, clear that seam as well. And with Alt Z, I'm just going to come right up to the top. We're going to mark that seam here. We're going to mark these 2 seams here. We are going to E, clear this seam here. Because again, I mean, if this is being cut out and you're cutting this out all the way around, oh yeah, this is going to have to, right here. Alright, Alt Z, not Alt Z. Probably be better if we built the whole thing first and then did this, but I'm just trying to keep up. Because U, unwrap, let's see what our UV editing looks like. It's still somewhat... Yeah, that's brutal. That's representing this. I mean, we're not the best creators in the world, but God, we don't build that. I'm sure if I really wanted to half-ass it, I could find a way. Control E, mark the seam. Let's hit A, U, unwrap again. Getting there. However, right here, this is where this is gonna end. And then once we're done with the model, we can start texturing it. Alright, so Alt Z, that went all the way around. This is its own thing. This is its own texture, which we don't need a cutout here. Not for now, at least. Alright, let's hit A, U, unwrap. Again, getting there. It's getting a little funky because it's trying to work with something that it can't. So if we hit this, Control E, clear seam. There we go. Oh yeah, this is everybody's favorite part. Alright, so we're gonna do this. Control E, clear seam, because I put it on a triangle like a rocket scientist. Control E, mark seam. There we go. A, unwrap, and then up here, this is all one thing. So we're gonna take these two, Control E, and then we are going to clear these seams. And we're gonna mark this one. And the reason why this is all open, and then we can go down and around and notice you're just following the edges. You gotta pretend you're making cuts, like you're unwrapping or opening up a box. Alright, Right. This has got to be completely cut out as well. We're gonna mark this seam here. And then let's choose one, probably the bottom one. There we go. Now this is a completely separate entity. Entity. And then see how this is connected here down at the bottom and goes all the way across. Oh my goodness. Okay. Could probably cut these in half. Sort of keep them going, I guess. And we should have put 2 lines instead of triangular, but that's all right. We oh, okay, so probably bring these over here, although we're gonna be unwrapping this again anyways. It just really helps to get this set up. Anyways, let's choose these, and I'm gonna hit N, text tools. Oh, that's right, we gotta do it one at a time. Well, gosh darn it, gee whiz. Alright. UV layout. There we go. And that'll straighten it right out for us. And let's do this too. UV layout. There. Then we can stretch things up, down, wherever. We got a lot of room to work with here. And this is only 512. Let's do 2048. Or when we make an image, it'll be 2048. Alright, so now that we have this, and it's right here, we're gonna have to extrude this now. Okay. I'm gonna hit Control R here, bring this over here, because we are going to be once again beveling these. There we go. It goes up and over, doesn't it? Yeah, of course it has to have a curve. We'll go G on the Z. G on the Y, X. I mean, it doesn't have to look exactly like it, but I mean, it'd be nice. Actually, I kind of like it flat across. And then we can bring out the bottom here. Oh yeah, let's do that. Oh, I like that idea. All right, Alt Z. I'm gonna hit that, make sure that it is. It is. So we're gonna do G on the Z, and we're gonna bring that up pretty much perfectly flat. And then from there, I'm gonna choose this one and this one. I'm gonna S to scale it, and on the Y to scale it out. So that way it still kind of has, and then we can put just for ha-has, hear me out. Let's maybe make that a little bit bigger. Or I could use that as a prop. Oh, I didn't even save it. Oh my goodness. File, save as, streetlight, new, okay. So in a rendered mode, let's throw a light on this bad boy, actually. And we'll do G on the Z. Alright, that's our light. Let's boost up the wattage. And I think they're kind of thin, aren't they? How good are these at lighting things? Alright, Control S to save, Tab A. How bad is the unwrap job? Not too bad. Okay. This definitely needs. The seam will be at the top because we're gonna be looking up at the thing. We're not gonna be looking down. So if there's overlapping, tearing, or whatever, you want it to be out of sight, out of mind. So Alt Z, Control Shift, Control Shift, Control Z, Control Shift, Control E, mark seam, and we'll run it right up along the edge here. And we're just gonna go all the way down. And Control E, mark seam. Fold over, this will fold out. Yeah, that triangle really doesn't want to cooperate. All right, that's the front here. Oh, I see. We gotta unwrap it all the way down here. this little edge here. Now those split apart the way that they... Nah, we don't want them split apart. Should have kept it as quads. Should have kept it as quads. Actually, no. I should not have. Alright, so that's this right here. These. Take this off. Choose these. Go up here. Hold control on these. Or shift. Yeah. And, oh, we're gonna have to do one at a time here. So, down, 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 down. And then we'll just do the same for this one, this one. Those are all flat. This one can go down as well. Those points have got to go in. All right, let's just unwrap this again. Keep it as is, because I'm not doing that. So we got this. We're going to clear this seam. And we're going to clear these seams. This is all the way around. So that's cut off completely. And then you cut this out and it should unfold. Ah, alright. That's better. As much as I would not like to do that, we kind of had to at this point. It's just one of those things. We're going to mark this seam as well. And let's keep the seam exactly where it is. AU unwrapped. There we go. It's got a couple more here. Everything else looks pretty good, actually. These we will do. All right, let's get these over here. This is separate from this. So I am going to choose these and these, and I'm going to get this out of here, this out of here, this out of here. This and this. Now we can bring that up. I'm gonna scale on the Y. And then I'm gonna scale on the X. These right here, I'm going to, yeah, no, we're not doing anything with those. All right. Let's get this over in the corner. This, scale on the X. And then with this bottom part right here, we can just G on the Y. Okay. And then G on the X. Let's get those out of there. Right, because that wraps around. Yeah, that looks like it's going up right. Next. Would be this. So let's scale this up. We'll place that over here. Oy. I'm gonna shift these over to the left. I'm gonna shift these over to the right. And then I'm gonna take this and I'm going to do nothing because I'm going to move this before I do something incredibly stupid. Shift, shift. We're gonna bring this up. Good, those aren't connected. All right, so let's get these out of the way along with this. And I'm pressing G, bring that down, scale it up. All right, so let's grab 1, 2. Oh, Control Z. Let's just bring them right up to the top. Oh, these two. I'm sorry, you gotta select 2 points, and then these will be equal here, and then we'll bring this one down to this level, and these two up to that level. And let's just repeat. Here, we'll bring these over to our left. And I want to equal these out right here. And then I'm going to equal that out up here. And then these two will go back. You want to bring the first one up. And then we're going to bring these up to this one. These we're going to bring down. We're going to bring this one up to that one and do the same thing for this. And then this will go to our left. And then I'm going to take this, bring that one up. And I can take this one and bring it up Do that one as well. Same thing, bring this up so that they're at the same. Up to the same. Up. Oh wait, hold on. All right, well, this and this can be brought up. And this brought up. This brought up. All these can go down to that one. No. One at a time, because we got these lined up first. If you do them all at once, it's gonna mesh them together, which we don't want to do. I'm gonna choose this one, bring it down. Good old UV editing takes up afternoons. All right. So these are gonna go up to that one, and then these will go up to this one. There we go. Beautiful. I believe that should be correct. That's the output. So let's scale this up. And we're gonna rotate it 90 degrees. And then, oh, you know what? We're gonna rotate it 180 degrees. I'm gonna throw that over here. Oh my goodness gracious. All right. Now I can take this, throw this over here. All right, we're gonna do the same thing here. This has to reach this height up to the top. And these two will go up here. Actually, we could do it with all of them right here. And then bring it up one more. And then I could bring this up to this one right here. And we're gonna bring it up to the tallest one. There we go. This is missing something because that's the part that we took out of here. I know it doesn't look like much right now, but it is, I can promise you that. Scale on the X. Oh yeah, shoot. Bring this over. These all look like they're straight, so I'm gonna kind of bring them over to the left. And then bring that over to the right. Yeah. So we want these right here to move over furthest to the left. Same thing. Oh, R90 enter, G on the Z. And I'm making this big because this is what people actually are gonna see the most of. We can scale it down a little bit, bring it in here. And this more or less is just arranging the puzzle. And then I can take this, rotate it 90 degrees, and stuff that in there. There we go. And we can scale this right up. And again, we can always mess around with the UVs and stuff like that after. These do not look that it? They're all straight now, right? Maybe? Maybe not? Okay, not bad. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna hit Control S to save this bad boy. We have solar panel cells. We need to make bright LED lights too, don't we? And the great thing about it is once you make your own assets, then you can just reuse them over and over and over. I mean, this would be good looking from the top down, because then we can actually see the solar panel. How many polys we got? That's not too bad. Alright. I'm gonna hit W. And then X. And I'm going to delete the edges. And what I'm going to do here... Oh no, I'm not going to delete the edges. File, open. Don't save. Where's Street New? Alright, so we got our UV down. And we can clean this up some. Now that we know that this way with a little bit of editing, we can get everything at nice straight angles or like the triangle edge here. And now that we have these contours in, we can basically add on anything that we want to without really having to go back too much. That's a knock on wood if you heard it. So now that we have that, we can shade it smooth too. Now let's shade it flat. Alright, now that it's shaded flat, and we want to check to make sure all our normals and blah 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 blah, all our normals are in order. So underneath layout, oh yeah, shade flat. Let's click on this. And I'm going to click on face orientation. And if you see any red, our faces are not going to be going in the right direction. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Control, click on it, and Control A, and I'm going to apply the scale. Now when I click on it and hit Tab, or I'm sorry, when I click on it and hit N, our scale, this is our 1 by 1 by 1 now. Because when we started moving it around, it started changing all that. We want to apply our scale. Dimensions really don't matter because that's the dimensions that X, Y, and Z are. Alright, so we got that. Let's, God, I really want to get rid of that, but I don't want to go through. Sometimes there's no way around it. Let's see if we can get around it. You're going to have to do it anyways to optimize it, but I'm building a prototype of a game, not the full thing just yet. I'm one of those guys that I refuse to use placeholders. And if there are placeholders, they're mine. So, yeah. Because, as I say, homie, don't play that. Alright. Not bad. Let's hit Tab. We're gonna click on our overlay and take off our face orientation. Let's save this again. And now, could center it too. Where's our center point on this? Yeah. Set geometry. Right clicks. Origin to geometry. There we go. That'll be the middle. We want to bring that down actually. So we're going to set origin to 3D cursor, which is down here. So now when I rotate it, it'll be rotating right here instead of spinning in the middle. I still think we can make that a little bit bigger though. Alright, let's see what we got here. I could bring it down to... No, let's not even... Well, let's scale it up. No, let's not do that. Let's not play with it. When I play with it, that's when things break. Street new 1. Oh, God. So let's start texturing this bad boy. Starting with up here. I'm going to hit A. And we are going to make... Well, let's load in our material to Agama. File, export. We will do, we'll do FBX. Waldorf Streetlight 1. Apply unit. Y is up. Remember that. Z is forward. Scale is 1. Okay. We don't need to bake any animations. We don't need armature, geometry. We could triangulate the faces, but we're not gonna do that. All right, street one new. See, my game models, Blender models. Okay. And we're going to add this into our bookmark. Because the other one, that's Twitch live screens, textures, that's C textures. God, I have textures all around my computer, man. They're everywhere. How much? Uh-oh. Alright. File. Export. FBX. Apply unit. Yes. Do not bake the animation. Underneath C, Agama materials, which we're also going to add to our bookmarks. I have no idea why. Yeah. Alright, materials. No. Just models. Export. I'm importing it. That's what it is. Street new. FBX. No, we just saved this. So we have this now. Ours looks a little bit different, but we forgot the box. And we'll throw the box on after. Actually, maybe that's something we can make. If you shoot it, it'll go out. There's the old street lights. Alright. We are going to go into Agama materials. We're going to do a new project. Project name's going to be Street Light 1. Hey, look. Y is up. Paint on mesh. Yep. And that's what we're doing. So C, Agama materials, import, FBX, street new, uncheck Y is up, and done. Might not look like much now, but we can color all on this if we want to. Let's get rid of this though. Images. Oh, we don't have... Can't see down here. We gotta open up our solar panels. Yeah. Maybe. Bring these up a little bit more. Oh, that's why we need to put it on 2048. These are the solar panels that we made earlier. Let's jump into a plane. And of course, we can always work on them again later. And with this, yeah, we can make something. Okay. Anyways, what we're gonna do, probably make a new material. After the fact. What does our height look like? Oh, our height map isn't much at all. Alright. Yeah, I mean, it does act kind of like the way that I want it to. Except for... I don't know if it's the metalness or the roughness that's getting thrown off. We could adjust the normals a little bit. And we'll give this a deeper range. There we go. That doesn't look bad at all. It somewhat passes for solar cells. Believe it or not, solar cells are some of the most freaking... They're terrible for the environment. I see these fields and fields and fields and I think, oh man, we're in some deep doo-doo 20, 30 years from now. Could be less, could be more. It'll definitely be within my lifetime. We're gonna have a big disaster. I'm sure of it. We're playing with chemicals way too much. Yeah, people are worried about fossil fuels, but what they don't realize is like they naturally, that occurs in nature. Like it is going to burn. It probably, all the oil on Earth might have burnt when it got hit by a giant asteroid before, you know, the dinosaurs even walked here. There could have been a whole nother, I mean, we're finding creatures all over the place. And the fact that people, oh, I just got a brilliant idea. Oh, I could invert. No. Anyways, what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, I mean, when things decay, they turn into oil. You know, it's natural. Yeah, it's gonna cloud things up. It's not gonna be good. But I mean, we've had a couple ice ages. The ice caps have melted. Now you start throwing chemicals in there that don't occur natural in nature. I mean, on a mass scale. So that they're all around the world. When that stuff ends up in the oceans, man, that's not... We don't know the outcome of that. We think we know the outcome of fossil fuels, but... I'll tell you this much. I'd rather be hot as all hell trying to cool off in a hole underground than be in a hole underground with chemicals leaching in all around me. Like, yeah, not good. I mean, we don't know how to live without electricity, so... Something needs to be done. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's keep this just for now. I don't know if I should round up. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Alright, so let's bevel and invert. And bevel. And blur. So we're gonna bevel this. And we're gonna invert it to switch it back. Here, let's bring this up here and we'll bring these right here. And I'm gonna blur it just a tad. Oh, wait a minute. It was already inverted. So it doesn't need to be inverted. It just needs to be blurred. Alright. I do that one there. Ah. Yeah, baby, yeah. Alright, and then throw that on there, and we'll give it a little bit more. That I like. Alright, so files, save as. Solar panels 2. And let's throw this down to 1x. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Where's our metalness? Okay. And that's our roughness. We want our roughness to be... Let's try blending something real quick. I'm going to blend this one to the bottom. And I think white is as shiny as it gets. Almost there. Okay, this one is that here. Black is absolutely as shiny as it gets. There we go. Not bad. All right. So we got... No, I don't like that. I like the other one better. Yeah, that, I don't know. There's something about the metallicness that just, it sits well with me. Alright, these two, where's this? What are we dealing with over here? That's our height? Yeah, that's unacceptable. That's straight across. What would this look like? Yeah, that doesn't look bad. This one. Yeah, we could probably blend these over. Ah, crap. Alright, Just for ha-has. Oh, maybe that does look better. If anyone's in the chat, definitely. What do you think? Ah, man, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that looks about right. That's more than passable for some solar cells. Alright. And we'll save this one as solar cells, sidewalk, solar panel, texture 3. Save. Alright, so before we do that, I want to see if it'll go to 4096. Oh my god, it's... Oh, no! It broke it. Nope, do not save them. Alright, so we got... Oh, nope. Wrong thing. No, we had all blenders closed out. Alright, so we have this. We could probably add another curve right here, but let's at least get the top textured. Although... This is at 1024. Let's 2 times the tiling, and we're going to do... No, we're not going to do a cylinder. We're going to do a plane as usual. Not bad. And we'll add 2048. It's one thing I don't like about this. You get 2K, no problem. Which is double high def, that's for sure. Yeah, alright. Should I stuck with the... Maybe I should have stuck it. I mean, we could do... Does square look better? Or rounded? I like the rounded, personally. Alright, so file. Here, let's use folder, Agma materials, made. My created. Is it my created? Mine. That way I know it is... 2048. Alright, let's export everything. select folder, export. Texture is exported successfully. So we're gonna jump back into Agama materials. And let's import some images. Underneath materials. Select all of them and open. Albedo into albedo. Height into displacement. 0.5. Hit backspace. Hit 5. Metalness underneath metallic. Normal. And our roughness. Alright, so we are going to right click and we're going to add a black mask. And we're going to click this guy. And we're just going to paint on one panel. Actually, if I hit fill and click that, it'll get the bottom and the sides too, but I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal. So now what we're gonna do here is we're gonna click this, so we can always edit it after, and the size. Oh, I'm sorry. We're gonna click on the material itself. So we're gonna scale it 2. We'll make it 4 by 4. We'll make it 10. By 10. All right. 0.75? Okay. So this is where we probably would want to put on that edge. Otherwise, we're going to have to paint around the outside here. Which, I mean, wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, let's do that. And then, of course, we need the metal, which we can make the metal look almost exactly like this. Again, we're going to be far away. So instead of 10, let's do 5 and 5. That way it looks a little bit more offset 0. 0.10. Zero, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.107 to get it right in the middle. And then we are going to scale on the X 5.2? No, 4. 0.5, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, and then offset will be 0.1, 0.2, 1, 0.21, 0.2 works. Those look pretty in the middle to me. And we got 4 cells, so we'll have to open up the middle wireframe, which would be this little part, out to here. It's alright. It's alright, it's alright. Materials. What the heck are they doing? Oh no, it's doing the AO. We'll generate ambient occlusion. Not bad. So the back of this needs to be metal too. Solar panel 3. Cool. That works for me, but we're gonna save this. Metal panel. Metal solar panel. Metal. I have no idea why I did that, but alright, so if these, where's the ones that go in the middle? That would have been this. Up to here, these. Beautiful. So this is what we're gonna work with right here. So what we should do, I'm gonna transform this into a 2D. I'm gonna slap this on the albedo, and on the normal, and on our metalness, and on our roughness, and on the map range of our height map. I'm gonna pull these down here. So now we see we have this. And what we can do with this here, what do we got? These, this, and this. That's our roughness. All right. What? I want to keep it somewhat the same. This has got to definitely come down. And you know what? We probably... I'm going to throw that up here. Alright, let's see what this looks like tiled. Should be alright. Yeah, that's more than alright. Alright, let's just get rid of the offset here. Ooh. I don't think any are that reflective, but I could be wrong. Alright, well, let's... choose a new export. Solar light metal. And we're at 2048. Beautiful. Alright, so let's open that up now. Solar light metal. Okay. Export. What the heck is going on here? Solar light metal. Select folder. Good. Yep. Export. Uh-huh. Solar panel mine. Okay. Well. Okay. I mean, not... It works, but that's not what I wanted. So matter albedo. Oh, we got to do a new fill. And this is our albedo. This is our displacement. And our displacement is going to be 0.5. And here's our metalness. And our normals. And our roughness. Just to see how it looks at the moment. Yeah, maybe not. That still needs a lot of blurring. I'm gonna bring that up to the top. This can go above this one. And I'm gonna hit eraser right here and just erase this right off along with the edge. And then we just need the light underneath. And this down here needs to be... Yeah, it's not good. Let's see what our roughness is doing here. Fill 2. Alright, so there is some reflections. It's just we really need to blur that badly. That's not... That's too much. I know. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. And we'll just have to... That's the roughness. What if this was the metalness? Let's keep it like that. That's good, that's good. Kinda liking this metal a little bit more. A lot of it more. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll keep it. Height isn't too crazy. Alright. Export. There we go. And now we just gotta bring in the new ones back to Agama materials. What I don't like though... Go to albedo. Displacement 0.5. You know what? Albedo. Maybe you have to do it to all of them. Metalness. Normal. Alright. Roughness. Yeah, that looks a lot a bit better. Alright. Where do we stop off with? Do we do metalness? Alright. And then just the bottom here. I'm definitely gonna have to add more onto this. Fill one. Instead of 4.8, we'll do 8.8. And then instead of 5, we'll do 10. Can always add welding and stuff around the sides. Probably add some rust to it. And then of course down here, I think we'll head into, yeah, this definitely has to be concrete. Question is, did I already make concrete? No. Oh yeah, that actually might work out better as concrete. All right. Solar panels, solar light, sea green, scratched metals, scratched aluminum. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. That was, what was that? My created. So my test, albedo. Oh, don't do that yet. We are going to add this. Add a black mask. And I'm going to drop this one down to the bottom. And I'm going to click on this button. Test. Height. Be underneath displacement. Alright, so we got albedo, displacement, our metalness, our normal, and our roughness. So instead of test height, we're gonna put test into roughness. Our displacement. All right, let's set a 4. We'll do 10 by 20. 5. Yeah, that sounds about right. 10 by 25. Okay. Sweet. I just don't know which one that is, though. Alright, let's add a black mask. We're gonna fill this. Alright, what do we do here? 10 by 25, so we'll do 25 by 10. And as for our metallic, doesn't need any metallic. Probably stretch these a little bit too. So let's go down to fill 2. Instead of 4 by 4, we will do 8 by 8. I can always stretch that out after. We can do more, but at least it gets me a placeholder for right now. Definitely need to add a lot more stuff. But this is a good base coat that we can start painting on other textures to slowly bring down the opacity. Same you would as any other 3D program, really. Yeah. I think I'm gonna call this part quits for tonight. But we are going to, let's save underneath Streetlight 1. I think this did come out pretty good. So let's file, export everything into my created. Proto. Streetlight A1. Select folder. Alright. Yeah. Let's start these. And leave a comment down on the bottom if any of this helped you, if you like this. I mean, I was thinking about just playing games, but I do enjoy doing this. Not that it came out perfect, but it's great for a placeholder. Don't forget, this isn't really... Oh, right. Hold on. Let's generate ambient. Where's my generate ambient? Right here. Generate ambient. Delete. Generate ambient. Delete. There you go. Really? All the ambient I could do? Yeah, we definitely need to mess with that a little bit more. Yes. Alright. Metal solar panel, metal, okay. Yeah, we can definitely add on more. Okay, good. It was 2048. Oh, that's right. The head. No worries. Alright. So here, new material. Okay, Blender models in there. What did I save it under? Oh boy. Alright, let's add a new light here. That's our ambient occlusion. That's our displacement. Let's do our normal map. Normal to non-color data. Let's just do our sRGB. And then we will do converter, normal map, underneath vector. Pop that in. Okay, that's something. Let's change this to non-color data. Plug that into our metallic. Shift and D to bring that down. Into our roughness, but that's not going to be our roughness. We are going to open up our roughness. Yeah, we definitely need to do some beveling around those sides. The model itself needs a little work, but I mean, we got something started. You know what I mean? So you can start putting stuff in placeholders. Because let's face it, I can't tell you how many times I've talked to a couple developers actually. And one of them was making a cyberpunk game, and he's like, dude, yeah, I paid to get like all these models and blah blah blah. If you want to use some just for placeholders, that's what I'm doing it as. And I knew, I was like, man, you're not gonna get rid of them. You're gonna see it, you're gonna like it, and then you're not gonna work on anything on your own, you know? That's why big teams have concept artists, and then the concept artists give that information over to the next guy who models off the concept art. And then there's texture people that do just this, you know what I mean? The Unreal Engine's getting to the point where, oh, that's metallic, normal, albedo. What is this? That's our emission shader. We will use an emission shader, just not at the moment. But yeah, so it's good to make your own placeholders, you know what I mean? Okay, let's see here. Probably can make that a bit smoother. Alright, let's get rid of these lights. File. Export as an FBX. Okay, backspace transform into object data. Avoids getting unwanted rotations to experimental option. Well, there's no animation. Object types. Mesh. Cancel file, export. Make sure we don't have anything else in here. Nope, that's it. That is literally the only thing that we have in here. Let's jump into Epic Games Launcher. We will just boot up our Come on. You know you want to. Here, let's file, export. Street light, new one. Export. Under C, my game models, Blender models. Uncheck. Active collection, that's good. Alright. I'm gonna put it on the desktop. City scan. No, you know what? What was it? See. My game models, Blender models. Okay. Launch the Unreal Engine. Thursday. If you have Steam and Epic Games running at the same time, you are destroying your RAM. Alright. So there's the old ones that I got in here. Again, there's no post-processing. This is all just a demo area. Alright. So, what we gotta do... Models. Right-click. Import. I think this is it. When was this made? 10/9 at 12:33. Export. Alright, doesn't have any LODs. Ooh, okay. Sure. Import all. Alright. That actually looks like a pretty decent height. Okay. Let's click on this. Alright, right click, new material. And textures. Import. And what do we see? Agama materials. Once you import it, then it doesn't have to really pull from it. It might check up on it every once and again, but eh. Alright, I'm gonna import. What did I save it under? Wasn't export. An import. It's solar panel mine. My created proto. There we go. Open. Alright, so we got texture sample into our base color. You need to select a mesh-based asset. Okay. Right. Textures. Oh God. What do we got here? Okay, that was the right one. We're gonna delete that. I don't know which one that is. Alright. Metallic. Alright, so we got those. I'm hitting control and space. Emission. No, there is no emission. Don't know if there's roughness. There is no displacement. Oh, pixel depth offset. Let's try that. Oh yeah, that works. Tangent. Next would be our AO. We have roughness. And then we can always add an emission later. All right. So apply. Save. And let's apply it again. Okay, don't have to. That works for me. Was this the one? That is the one. That one looks a little bit more believable. Again, we just got to it's a good start. Not a bad start. One, two, three. All right, let's build this. Yeah, it's a lot shinier than I wanted it to be. Yeah, we can definitely make those solar panel cells at the top a lot bigger. We can definitely smooth those out and edit them up a lot better. So we'll just have to add another, well, we have to add a few things to it, but I think it looks pretty good. It's getting where I want it to be. Well, that does conclude our stream though. So I just want to say thank you very much for watching. Um, yeah, if this helped out, definitely let me know. Because, yeah. But just let me know if you have any questions, comments, or anything. If you're interested in what I'm working on, I'll make a couple announcements probably beginning of next year. That's just my test playground. I'm not gonna open up what I'm working on, but we'll get there little by little. Thank you very much, and as always, take care of yourself.